Dia kira-kira Katatin itu tuh nangis, terus मेथाना खूप ये हुआ है.
हां, हां.
इकडचे या आम्हाला खूप ఎదురుగట్టి
हं.
ya బాండాగారిగా తాళి గారు విత్తింగ్ ట్రాన్స్పరెన్సీగా నెహరు
Hello, good evening.
Good
Hello.
evening, ma'am.
Good
Good
evening,
evening,
madam.
ma'am.
After some time, how are you?
Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay. It's going to rain here.
Yes, ma'am.
We also the same, ma'am. Everywhere it's
Yeah, I
raining.
Is it raining?
Yes, ma'am. It's thundering
Yeah.
also.
Wow, that's the problem. Like if it starts thundering and lightning, then we have to kind of somewhere, maybe even in the middle, we'll be stopping, right?
That's
Can't
all.
go to
We can't be
it's and all
connected
that.
now.
Yep, that is it. So
Yeah.
we'll see. I mean, so far it's
Okay.
good, but it's going to rain.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's see. So thank you so much for the interest that you all have shown in doing the work. Even after after the particular day that we did it, I get some work done and sent. And thank you for the group readers as well who kind of, collected all this and then did a great job, right? Okay, before I move on to anything, I wanted to tell you this. I wanted to tell you about your marking criteria in the sense, like, how you'll be your assessment criteria, right? Just a minute. Let me see. Now, in your assessment, we'll be giving you marks for the assignment. That is the one that we have already given you. And then you have marks for micro teaching. Then you have marks for mid-exam, end exam, and a continuous assessment mark for all the presentations and every activity that you take part in. Okay. So remember, you have to do a micro teaching on which we'll be giving you the topic. We'll be giving you a very, what should I say? A lot of freedom in order to organize your lesson, but you have to video it and send it to us, your micro teaching, right? So before we start anything, I would like to talk to you about this micro teaching thing. What do you mean by micro teaching? Can you tell me?
It's a small lesson like you conduct
Yeah.
in a classroom.
Yeah, that is it. It's a small
Yeah.
lesson, but I
A
would like you to
small
search
part.
a little bit on this and tell me.
Okay, madam.
Do a little bit of searching quickly. Tell me what is micro teaching. What do you understand by micro teaching and why micro teaching is important? What benefits do we get out of micro teaching? I'm giving you a couple of questions. Can somebody type them and put them in the chat box? Number one, what is micro teaching? Why micro teaching is important? Why it is important? The duration of a micro teaching lesson. How do we do micro teaching? And how do we do micro teaching? For whom? For whom do we do micro teaching? Quickly search answers for these 5 questions quickly, right? Don't take much time. Okay, Purnima has said micro teaching is an innovative technique where aspiring teachers can receive immediate feedback on their teaching skill and style. It focuses on practicing teaching under controlled conditions, which helps the teacher acquire specific skills and lessons and complexities in teaching. Okay. Duration 5 to 7 minutes. Okay. Micro teaching uplifts the techniques of teaching among teacher trainers. Its duration is maximized for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. It's done by a student teacher. A small lesson for 5 to 10 minutes can be done with peers or real students. Micro teaching helps student teachers practice their skills with a small group of students before teaching a bigger group. It focuses on sharpening and developing specific teaching skills and eliminating errors. So it's the confidence and I right. Right. Okay. Now, okay, but I have got a couple of feedback. But I would like each and every one of you to look for this because it's important. You should know what it is actually. Micro teaching is something that almost every teacher must have done in their life. If you are a government teacher who has undergone training, yes, you must have gone through this micro teaching thing in your life. Have you or not? Have you gone through micro teaching before or not?
Yes, madam. In the College of Education, we have it in our teaching methodology
You have done.
lesson. Yeah, it's a part of it.
So in colleges of education, yes, we do have micro teaching. Where did you do this micro teaching in colleges of education? May I?
In Pastunrata, madam. No,
No,
with our
did you do
peers.
it? Yeah,
No,
did you
we
do
had a
it in
common
the
lecture hall.
classrooms?
We had it in the common lecture hall, madam, with our peer groups only, our batchmates.
Batchmates, right?
Yes,
When were
ma'am.
you at Pastunrata? When did you pass out?
2008, 2010 batch, madam.
Hmm. Good. We very recently went to Boston, right?
It's a very nice college with very beautiful surrounding, madam.
Is it?
It's a lovely place. Yes,
Have you enjoyed your life there?
very much.
Who was your
Memorable
president
one.
at that time?
Mr. Amara Singh, I guess. Later on, Madam Nonis came at the latter part. Like during our internship, Madam Nonis was there.
Hmm. Right. Well, I'm a senior of yours.
Really, madam? Which batch are you?
Yes.
Wow,
I belong to the second batch of Pastor Braga.
my goodness. Very proud to say that, madam. Really. We are the 22nd batch. 22nd.
The
Yeah.
20 batches before, right? That was somewhere in 80s. I'm very happy to see colleges of education teachers here. I mean, not that the other teachers are not, but colleges of education has a different method of teaching teachers. I don't know how effective it is now, but in our time it was very effective. That much I know. They produced a set of very good teachers at that time. Hopefully they maintain the same now. But we very recently went to welcome the new president of the College of Education. He is actually from the first batch. A student of the first batch is the president now at Pastor Braga.
It's really wonderful to hear, sir.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. And he's also a person who's doing the PhD with me. Currently, we are doing PhD together. So you can go a long way, right? Colleges of education doesn't mean that you had to confine yourself onto the diplomas and make. I mean, I was a bit too late to do my PhD anyway, I would say, but you all can pursue a lot faster than I did. Only thing you just have to be in the correct pathway. All right. So micro teaching plays a major role, right, in a teacher's life, especially when you were teacher trainees. Well, for you to have a better perspective of what you're going to do, to have the grip of what you're going to really teach, and to be very confident in your teaching, well, we do this. Now here, according to our syllabus in this one, we have to do a micro teaching session as well. But since we are not physically meeting, I would like you all to do this one and send me the video clip. The video clip go on for about 6-7 minutes maximum. And with that, you should be able to cover a very specific area of a specific skill that you're going to select. And in our case, it will have to be listening and speaking, a lesson based on listening and speaking. And you can specifically focus on one of the techniques or the skills that you're going to work on listening and speaking. Okay. All right. So I hope if you all go through this, Purnima or somebody who's here, would you please take screenshots of this and put them in the group so that everybody will get a chance to go through. Send them to your groups, right? Respective group members, please take them and send them to your groups. Somebody, I don't know, anybody who's quite good in doing this, do it fast so that your peers will get the chance of going through, because there are some who have not joined. I can see with the number that they have not joined, but this inform them that attendance will be counted at one point. So we won't be kind of, forcing you, but there can come a point where attendance will be taken into consideration. And then if you don't have at least something close to the attendance that we are looking for, then it might be a problem. So just make sure that you are there, right? And tell your friends as well. Okay, so let's move on to the today's one. All right, before that, tell me, what were we doing last time? What did we do last time we met? Anybody who can remember? Hmm? What were we talking about when we met last time? Weren't you all there on the day that we did this? The last lesson? Was the last lesson on listening or speaking? Or was it on listening and speaking both? Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, madam. Yes,
Yes,
madam.
All right, yes. So, I mean, I would like you all to speak. Don't just keep on putting messages. Just tell me, what were we doing? What were we talking about? I have already sent you the PowerPoints. Everything is should be there in your group, and you should know by now what we were doing. We did some activities. Can you remember?
Yes, top down and
Huh?
1 second, madam.
Good Lord. How are we going to do your exams?
Bottom up.
Huh? How are you planning to do your exams? If you don't remember what you did last time we met? Yeah. Leave through quickly and tell me what was it? Go to your group and tell me. Oh, I'm not going to go forward if you don't tell me what we did last time.
Top down and bottom up processing.
Sorry?
Top down and bottom up processing.
Top down and bottom up processing. Under which did we talk about that?
Under
Under learning the skills for speaking
under
and
listening, under function of listening.
Okay, functions of listening.
Listening.
Right. At least thank God you remember.
Listening as comprehension, spoken
Hmm?
discourse,
Mhm.
characteristics of spoken discourse, ma'am.
Hmm. And I did send you a presentation, right? Didn't I? Did I send you the presentation? Yes, no? Isn't it there? In the group? Well, go through the group, right? Well, for the group I have sent, and I hope the group members have shared everything into their respective groups, right? So let's see what listening strategies, cognitive strategies, and metacognitive strategies are under listening and speaking. Let's say we need now listening strategies. What is a skill and what is a strategy? Tell. Tell me the difference between a skill and a strategy.
skills are the things we can do.
Mhm.
Strategies, kind of a way we do something, or yes, ways we use to do.
Skills are more easily modeled than strategies. You can do them, right? You can put them into practice, right? Skills are personal abilities needed to execute the tactics, whereas the strategies require students to do the thinking. They have to think and do it. That's a strategy. Overall approach to using all resources to achieve goal. How? Okay, like, tactics like specific moves designed to execute the strategy and honor the goal. How we are going to do it? Think and do it. Skills, we simply do it. Like, you ride the bicycle. What is it? It's a skill, isn't it? You just simply get into the bicycle and you don't have to keep thinking how to do it. You just do it, right? You can keep doing it. And if you get on the bike now, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, yesterday you have got on, well, you still do the same thing. You don't have to keep thinking. Okay? But say, suppose you are going to teach the children how to ride bicycles. You need to have a strategy for that.
We have
Because you are going to
yes.
improve the skills using
Yeah.
strategies.
Yeah,
There
using-
you have to think how you are going to do it. You simply can't do without thinking. Am I making myself clear to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the difference? Very simple, right? Very
Yes.
simply, that is it.
Yes.
Strategy and the skill. Now say you get in the pool and you swim. You did it yesterday, you do it today, you will be doing it tomorrow. That's your skill, right? But you want to teach your students, maybe your sons, your daughters, how to swim. Would you just drop them into the pool?
We have to teach by using the strategies.
You won't, right? If you just
Yeah.
drop them into the pool, what will happen?
Sink.
They'll get drowned. If they don't
Yeah.
know how to survive themselves, they'll get drowned. Therefore, you just need to think of a way in a very tactical manner to get them into the pool and then learn how to swim. Because some children, they don't even want to get into water. Right? There should be a way, but that is the strategy. That is the difference, right? Okay. What are listening strategies then? Think of a few minutes and tell me what a listening strategy could be. Why do we have to have strategies for listening? Why should we have strategies for listening? Well,
To get familiar with the pronunciation.
yeah, to get familiar with the pronunciation, right? What else? Nami, tell me, why do we have to teach children listening? Don't we as teachers teach listening in the class?
To acquire the
Because-
language.
Because, ma'am, it is the basic skill. Without listening, they can't speak.
Yeah, now when you read this itself, you can understand second language listening strategies can be defined as the base in which listeners manage real-time interactions. This is the most important part. Real-time interactions. For listening, you have to have real-time interactions, because when somebody speaks to you, you listen and you interact, right? You communicate. Now here, now see, I keep on asking you questions and I don't get these real-time interactions from you. Why? You don't respond. What does that mean? Either the questions that I ask is not clear to you, or you simply don't understand English, or you don't understand the question. You get my point. I'm not that you don't understand question, but I'm just trying to tell you, right? Why don't you get responses immediately? There should be a reason for that. Now say when you teach in the class and when you ask a question and when your children don't answer immediately, what does that mean?
That means they can understand the question that we ask.
That means
means they
one thing
cannot
either they
understand.
can't understand. Yes, one
They
thing they
can't understand. Yes.
But that is not the
Maybe-
only reason. There can be so many other reasons.
Maybe poor comprehension, ma'am.
Okay, poor
Yeah, maybe they
comprehension.
have some deficiency in hearing, and
Lack
that's
of
Okay,
what they're
vocabulary.
lacking.
difficulty in hearing, right?
Lack of vocabulary.
They might have a family
Poor
problem at home,
vocabulary.
so
Lack of
Yeah.
vocabulary.
Even if they
yes, and
understand,
fear,
they don't have the
fear of
vocabulary
talking.
to respond, right?
Shy type, madam.
Huh?
Shy type, shy to respond.
Yeah, shy to
Some
respond.
people are
Some
very
can be shy
timid.
to
Timid.
respond.
Yes.
Some people
Yeah.
are like that, right? They're born shy, so they don't like, they never wanted to respond to anything, right? Other than that, they can be otherwise engaged, isn't it? They're not listening, they're not paying attention. Can that be a reason as well?
They
Yes.
do not have confidence to answer the question that whether
Yeah, sometimes
it's
they don't have
correct.
confidence to answer the
Answer the
question.
question.
Or they may be like, they were talking to the person next to them and they did not really hear you properly. Or they were not paying their attention to you, right? They were somewhere else. They were otherwise engaged. Now, any of these things can happen. For you to not get this real-time interaction. And I mean, do you ever get angry when your children don't respond to you immediately? Do you get angry or not? Or you get irritated because they were not answering?
Sometimes.
Well, I
To
mean,
be
if you're
honest,
not,
madam, I create a funny noise so that they all come back to world.
Sorry?
Like I just ask them in like a deaf person showing the sign language, and then they just come back to sense. Like if I find them not paying attention while I'm teaching, that's what I do. Or else I just go near them and I stand near them. Then they just, they know that right teacher is watching me, and then they just try at least to act like they're listening.
Okay, so your eyes can
This
do
is
a lot,
my-
right? Yes.
Yeah, without scolding and
Mm.
screaming at them. So this is one way of, catching their attention instead of screaming and yelling at them. They love it
Yeah, no.
actually.
Definitely not. Yes,
Indirect
you should not
correction.
be yelling at your children. Definitely don't scream at the children. That is not a way. But there are better ways than that. As we were talking about, like, the eyes. Eyes can do a lot. Isn't that so? You can stare, glare, frown, right? You can do a lot in order to get their
Why,
attention.
ma'am, counting fingers only up to 5, showing so that they'll be ready.
Okay, yeah, that
Mm.
can be done as well. So,
Yeah, and
I
give
mean,
them
as
some
teachers,
at the beginning itself. Just tell them that I will be asking questions regarding this at the last. Then they will pay a little more attention. Be attentive in the sense, like
okay,
they'll be
right,
all ears.
right.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
I
but
think first of all, we have to find the reason for their irresponse. Then we
Mhm.
can do some remedial activities, ma'am.
That is, yeah, that can be done as well. Yes. So as teachers, we have to be resourceful all the time, don't we? Instead of, getting into a rage and start screaming,
Yes.
we need to be resourceful to find a way. But I don't know, I have seen a lot of teachers scream in the class. I mean, they scream more than the children does. And I sometimes find it hard to believe how they are going to teach children anything at all. Okay. So when it comes to the strategies that we were talking about, listening strategies can be classified into 4 main types. They can be cognitive, metacognitive, affective, and social strategies. Now here we have got 4 new words. Why don't you quickly see what is what is cognitive strategies for listening, metacognitive strategies for listening, affective strategies for listening, and social strategies in listening. Just use your phones and look for the meanings quickly. And if it's thundering and lightning, tell me. Huh? And I would like you to say those things instead of putting them in the chat box. You can always put in the chat box, but if you tell it, it's more effective.
It is the process of thinking about one's own thinking and learning. Kind of trying to remember the names of the friends, maybe, ma'am. Like
Madam, we don't hear you. Your mic was muted, madam, all this time. Madam, we can't hear you, madam. Your mic is, your microphone is muted.
Can't you all hear?
No,
Can
ma'am.
you hear?
We didn't hear.
Yeah, madam, now we could hear you.
Oh,
Your
sorry.
microphone was
Right,
on
okay.
mute.
Right now, say there are 4 types of listening strategies, right? Cognitive, metacognitive, affective, and social strategies. And when it comes to cognitive strategy, cognitive listening strategies refers to a mental abilities and processes related to knowledge. They are all mental abilities and that processes, right? And they are related to the knowledge of a person. Why cognitive strategies are important? Cognitive strategies are important for listening comprehension because it helps learners monitor and control their mental process, identifying comprehension, breakdowns, and connect world knowledge to listening content. Because whatever the things that you listen to, once when you connect it to the world knowledge, it's going to be very easy for anybody to understand. Therefore, it's important to use cognitive strategies in listening. Okay. Now, some examples of cognitive performances are inferring, predicting, interpreting, storing, and recalling information, summarizing, translating, repeating, elaborating. And then resourcing, grouping, note taking, substituting, and drawing images. These are some examples of cognitive performances, right? How the children might be performing. What do you mean by metacognitive strategies? Metacognitive strategies refers to the ability to understand one's own method for learning and assimilating information. That is thinking about one's own mental process in a learning context. How this happens? You do it on your own. Okay. Yes, excuse me. Hello. Yes, somebody. Yeah. Is it urgent? Yeah, I am in a class. What is it? Tell me quickly. But quickly tell me. After yeah, after 4 o'clock. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So metacognitive strategies or metacognition, as I told you, I have told you before, is learning to learn. Simply speaking, it's how one should learn. And in most of the cases, the problem is when you start learning, you don't know why you are learning. Why should you really be learning is a problem. You may learn because the others learn. You may learn for somebody else's sake, or you may learn just because you have nothing else to do. That is not a reason for you to learn. You should know why you learn. And you also will have to understand the fact that you should learn to learn. Learning is not a simple process. It's a complicated process. And if you don't know how you should learn, then there is no point in learning. Just for the sake of learning is not going to serve any purpose. Therefore, metacognitive strategies are important for students to understand why, how, right? You know, simply speaking, it's thinking to think, learning to learn. One should know one's own way. That is metacognition. And metacognitive strategies are needed because then one can know why he should be learning and how he should be learning. Not because the teacher teaches. There should be a reason for that person to learn one particular thing. Now, say if you take you as an example, why should you learn all these things? One big reason would be your certificate, right? Okay, fine, that is there. But other than that, actually, why should you be learning these things? You should learn them because you should be putting them into practice. You can use them in your classroom environments, right? You are learning because you want to learn them, not because of anything else. When you learn something, when you really want to learn it, only it becomes fruitful, not otherwise. The importance of metacognitive strategies when it comes to these skills are important because they play the role of managing and supervising learners' strategy. Now here, the most three important aspects of metacognition are planning, monitoring, and evaluating. Planning is like, we should plan how we are going to learn. Okay, that comes as planning. Then monitoring is we keep on thinking of ourselves. Why? If you take a lesson, if you are going to prepare a lesson using metacognitive strategies, planning comes as the pre part. Monitoring comes as the while part, and evaluating comes as the post part. Okay, those are the three stages. So this is like, they are planning, monitoring, and evaluating maintained processes for managing difficulties during listening. Such manipulation functions help learners define task objectives and propose strategies for handling them. They direct learners' attention to specific aspects of language input, such as discourse markers, content phrases, and main ideas. Now that way, you are focusing only on one particular part. Now you will be able, if you have a good knowledge on discourse markers, you will be able to understand what it was and what will come next, what is going to happen, right? What is expected of you. That is simple, and these are needed for them to improve their listening skill. The process of using metacognitive strategies covers the acts of planning, monitoring, and evaluating the listening tests. Planning refers to how one develops the awareness of what needs to be done to accomplish a learning task or listening task. Monitoring refers to how listeners can check, verify, and correct comprehension. Evaluating is about the need to check the results of learners' listening comprehension against the internal measure of completeness and accuracy. These acts can be performed through three stages of listening. That is called pre, while, and post. As I told you, like, metacognition can be included into or implemented in any of the skills that we are teaching the students. And it's a very effective way of teaching. I mean, if there's any possibility that you can use metacognitive strategies to teach students in the class, it's going to be highly effective, especially for reading. Just try this and see whether you'll be able to achieve it for reading. Metacognition is a, it's a real treat, I would say. It helps students a lot to improve their reading. If you use metacognitive strategies with them for reading lessons. Give it a thought and see whether you can use that. What do you mean by effective strategies? Effective Negative strategies are concerned with managing emotions that can be either negative or positive. People have different types of emotions, right? You know, emotions are created through certain attitudes that we have. Okay. So these emotions, whatever the emotions that are created, they can be either negative or they can be positive, right? Some of the negative emotions that we can come across is anxiety. If you have anxiety, or if you have fear, if you have shyness, right? If you're backward, if you're afraid, well, that definitely interferes the improvement of the skill. Why? Because you are not, when you are with lot of negative attitudes, negative emotions, you are definitely not yourself and you will not be able to perform. Imagine this happens to you as well. When you are supposed to do a task that you don't want to do, and when you're forced to do it, you are negative and the task that you're going to do is not going to work at all, right? It's going to be a flop at the end of the day. And then you get angry with everybody for making you do it. And then you get this anxiety, and then you have to be very careful when it comes to emotions of a person. But have to handle them very carefully, as if you are handling all these fragile things, because emotions are really fragile. You should not be breaking them. You have to treat them with such respect. Emotions of a person, right? Because physically you might be able to see a very strong physique, but mentally we don't know where they stand. Therefore, when we decide on certain things, we should never be in a hurry, especially punishments and comments, right? The praising, okay? All the feedback you give, all these things will have to be very carefully done. Okay. So negative emotions such as anxiety might force learners to feel upset and interfere with listening results. That definitely happens. With positive emotions such as relaxation, enjoyment, and a cohesive sense of community can encourage concentration and peer cooperation. Of course, that happens, right? Negative children even don't have their peer cooperation. They are backward, they are cornered, they don't come out. And with cases like that, we have to be specifically careful. And I think we should give our attention to those cases, right? All right, what do you mean by social strategies? Social strategies refers to learning by interaction with others, such as appealing for help and asking for confirmation. These two types of listening strategies can be grouped together into social affective listening strategies, which are applied to procure the assistance of interlocutors to help understanding and to facilitate students to overcome negative feelings such as anxiety. Now say, when you interact with others, like, okay, would you help me to do this? Will you be there? Do you think this is correct? And if the other person says, yes, fine, you have done fine, it's correct, it's a great job, right? Now that, what is that? You are giving them praise, encouragement. It's kind of a motivation. So then the negative feelings of these children might slowly disappear. Therefore, when we talk and when we learn about these strategies, sometimes they cannot be kind of, implemented in the classes in isolation. You may have to integrate them. And then also you may have to kind of, see for which strategy to be used with which. Because all the strategies may not be useful for all the children. Therefore, that is why we always say the teacher will have to be a very rich resource person. Rich in the sense, rich with resources. You have to have a very nice, a very positive kind of a understanding mind to realize which one would be the best for your kids in the class. And when you select the best, you will have so many positive students in your class, and you too will become a positive teacher after that, right? And now see, this practice is also known as the cooperative listening technique, which is often preferred for teaching a group of learners. I mean, you can ask questions, you can use different techniques, right? In order to bring out their attention, just to check their comprehension, just to see where they are actually, right? All of a sudden, questions asked from out of nowhere might bring them back to the reality. Okay? Cognitive strategies which make use of learners' knowledge in processing text meaning provide greater depth of interaction with the text, including the ability to ignore irrelevant information. When you use this strategy to bring out the meanings of whatever they are going to learn, they will definitely ignore the irrelevant information. That is a fact, because you are doing it with such thinking. You don't simply do it because you have to do it. You do it because you see that is how you're going to do it. You understand, you realize, and that helps a lot to decide what one should do. Compared with metacognitive strategies, these skill types are considered less efficient as they involve lower processing practices. Yeah, true. Metacognitive strategies are the best for students to learn. As I told you, it's a new concept. Actually, it's not a new concept. It was there in the past, but now only lot of research and the things have been done on metacognition, and now only they're trying to incorporate metacognition into education, learning, how it could be done. Now, otherwise, all this time it was there with psychology, and it was considered as part of psychology, and now that can be done with education. But now I think the education is realized metacognition is a huge strategy that could be used, right? Now, metacognitive strategies, which are considered the most reliable predictors of listening skills development in metacognition, denote the ability to reflection and control one's own learning. This helps them because they do it. They themselves do it. They analyze. They come to the decisions. They understand. Very effective, right? Recent research into metacognition has provided evidence that effective listening performance can happen through classroom instruction to assist learners' mental process in coping with listening materials, right? Yes, that is true. Because even to my knowledge, I know metacognition plays a huge role, a major role in the teaching learning process. And this can be used in all the 4 skills that we teach in the classrooms. Researchers also discover that successful learning comes from ability to combine different strategies to meet various tasks and situations, and that more skilled learners tend to apply these types of skills intensively, especially monitoring comprehension through evaluating information and questioning for clarification. Now, see, we have these 3 things that we always talk about, right? You apply, then you monitor, and then you evaluate. Okay, there again, what we are focusing is metacognition, because you can go into deeper, intense learning, right? Deeper learning, because you do it. And then you monitor, you evaluate, you plan, and you get it, and you know what it is, right? So it's better if you can, find time to spare on reading. Read a little bit more on metacognition. It's something very interesting to read, and also it's very informative, and it's also very resourceful for us as teachers. Okay, right. Studies on metacognitive instruction have confirmed positive values in the effect of visuals, the use of video text, and role of technology in learners' ability to mediate listening skills. Sure. This is also a very practical way of teaching using metacognitive strategies. Use of metacognitive strategies is, I think, the most practical way of teaching students how to learn. Right. See, look at this one and tell me what you see in this one. Take a few minutes, and I want you to speak, please. Don't be simple listeners, just please speak. Speak up.
The teacher.
Can you speak a little bit louder, because its brain is so hard, I can't hear. Yes? What did you say, dear? The role of the teacher. What do you see in this picture? How can you read this picture?
The role of the teacher, madam. Sometimes the teacher may act as a mother, a nurse, a counselor. Is that, madam?
How many
Is that
roles
so,
do you
madam?
think a teacher will have to play?
Yes.
Innumerable, right? You can't say, you can't tell. This is
Yes,
one.
we can't
I
tell,
don't
madam.
think
Yes.
there is an end to the role of a teacher. That is why we say it's the most difficult job in the world. This is very difficult. Nobody understands. They say, okay, what do? They teach, they work only for 5 hours. And they don't know within the 5 hours how many we have to mentor, right? How many we have to give care. How many we have to see that not emotionally disturbed. How many hands do we have to hold? This is a very, a very sensitive job, but I don't think a lot of people understand that. They just like to laugh at us and say, oh, what do they do? And yeah, we do a lot, don't we?
Ma'am,
We do,
and
madam.
Yes,
Yes,
we do a
madam.
lot. We do sometimes things more than a mother does, right? We don't
And-
scream at the children. Mothers, they do scream at their children. We don't. Okay. We don't pet and pamper them, but of course we guide them. We guide them in the correct way. We show them the correct things. We tell them what to do, how to do, when not to do. And it's not easy. If you have 40 in the class, 40 of them are 40 different ways. And you have to tell them in 40 different ways. But it's beautiful. It's interesting. And at the end of the day, when you see the smiles on their faces, wow, you are happy that you have done a great thing, aren't you? Are you all not
Yes,
happy at
madam.
the end of the
Yes,
day?
ma'am.
Yeah, we are
Very happy.
exhausted. But
Mm.
still, when they
Yes,
say bye to you, don't you feel
Uh-huh.
sorry that they are going?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Sometimes
Just,
you don't want to. They are
yes.
lovely. They are lovely creatures. We are the ones who can definitely mold them in the correct way. Not home. Home can, but home will have very concrete attitudes. A school cannot have them, right? School's attitudes will have to be very dynamic. We have to have changing ones. It will have to change according the situations. It will have to change depending on the situation that we are going to be in. And we have to teach the children that, because children learn a lot of selfishness from home. They learn to be very selfish at home because they get everything that they need. But school, they learn to share, be free, express themselves freely, do the correct thing, and get punished for the wrong thing. And once when they are being punished, they learn that they are being punished for a reason. That has to be given to them. Once when they are given a punishment, they should know why they are being punished. If they don't know that, then it's again a problem. So, I mean, we have the entire future of the country in our hands. We can either do it or we can destroy it. I think it's in the hands of the teachers, not in anybody else. We keep on kind of, blaming the politicians, economists. No, I think everything is in the hands of the teachers. Teachers can change the entire country in a very positive manner. Right, okay. So now here, how do you interpret this, this picture? How would you like to tell something about this picture?
And ma'am, this is like one-to-one conversation. So like the teacher is special for the child. So child feels that teacher is with him so that he opens his all mentality. So like he started delivering and special attention is given. So like child is cared and he will expose more towards the teacher. So like he's happy with the lesson.
Yeah, true. You just need to speak to your children with your eyes all the time, I think. They will read you. They can read you without any problem. Okay. Talk to your children with your eyes so that you don't have to use many words. Each one will know when you look at them why you are looking at them, what crime they have committed, what would they have done. And they should learn to read the expressions of the teacher if you use them correctly, right? And also they will feel very confident because they know that particular look that you give them is only for that particular person, right? Not for everybody. And that will be very special for them. And they are going to love it. I know that. Okay. So
They
yes.
open their heart in front of the teacher rather than the parents.
Sorry?
They open their heart. They try to
Yes.
talk everything in front of
And
the teacher.
Definitely, they will come and talk to you.
Yeah.
So when they talk to us, if we don't guide them in the correct manner, where do you think they will end up? Okay. We have to be very, very open-minded. Don't punish children unnecessarily for anything. Children, they are children, they can make mistakes. That is why we call them children, right? They can always make mistakes and they are excused. Of course, in my point of view, children can make mistakes and they will have to be excused for making the mistakes because we adults are there to tell them what to do and what not to do in such a way that they will not hate the act, right? Not the person, but the act. So it has to be a very, delicately done. As I told you, handling children is like handling China, okay? Very fragile. Have to be very, very careful. Teaching them is the other task, other challenge we have. This is handling them mentally. But teaching them and preparing them mentally to learn is another big challenge we teachers always have. And that is why we put all our efforts to learn what strategies could be used, what methods could be adopted, what techniques can be learned by us to give them the best that we can give. Otherwise, we also could nicely sit back and say, okay, right, we go to the class, we take the book, we read the lesson, at the end of 40 minutes, you go out and say, I have done it. And then at the end of the day, you give them a test paper, end of the term, you give them marks, right? And then you go home and they go home as well. What have you done? Have you done anything suitable? I don't think so. Why should we keep on looking for new ways, new things to teach, new materials to teach them? Why? Because we love them, because we wanted them to know the things in a better way, different way. Yes, that is the role of the teacher. Teacher plays so many roles, don't ever forget it. Teacher is the mother, the father, the sister, the friend, okay, everyone. Or the brother.
Facilitator.
Facilitator, the mentor, the guide, the coach, everybody. Okay.
Ma'am, the counselor.
Counselor as well. You are everything to
Leader.
your children in the class. So teachers, please don't get angry and scream at them. All right. I simply don't like screaming teachers. I always think we shouldn't be screaming, but look at them directly and they will know that you don't like what they were doing. And they will learn not to do it after that. Just show your dislike in some way that children understands they shouldn't be doing it because they'll be irritating you by doing it, right? And our irritation shouldn't be our personal attitude. It has to be an attitude that is common to the school. Why should they be doing this? It's something common. They should be doing it for their education, probably for the betterment of their behavior, probably for the betterment of the school, not for anything else, not for our personal opinions, right? Because our personal opinions, they will have to understand, does not count in the school. What counts in the school is their well-being and the well-being of the school, nothing more than that. If the children understand that, and if they realize we work for that, and that we are always there for them, whatever it is, for good or bad, yes, they won't do anything bad. That is pretty clear with most of the children that I have worked with. I have taught in schools. Okay, I was a teacher for a long time, and I loved all my children, and they loved me equally. So I think as teachers, we have to be very, very careful when handling these fragile creatures, right? Because we can damage them permanently for their life. Or, encourage them, motivate them totally for their future. Everything is in the hands of a teacher. So be very, very careful. Right. So you think this is a very modern teacher, a free version of a teacher. Right. Let's see what does it have to say. Can one of you please read this? Anyone, any teacher in the class?
The learners need to be aware of their use of strategies and try to improve strategies for enhancing listening ability. Such awareness may be directed towards a sequence of listening, differences between more and less proficient listeners, listening strategy instruction, and identification of listening problems. There is also the need to be equipped with a wide array of skills required for developing effective listening ability, such as word recognition, guessing, comprehension, body language, conversation responses, language prosody, such as rhythm, stress, and intonation, and lip reading. Lip reading assists learners in connecting gestures with sounds, which according to Noonan 2002 is useful particularly for listening practice among lower level learners.
Right. So what do you understand when you say this? When you read this, is there anything particularly that you understand that you would like to tell me? Anyone, you or anyone? Anybody who's willing to speak? I prefer if you speak. It's always nice to communicate. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about teachers or the learners?
About learners, madam.
Okay, it's about learners, right?
Learners and
What do you
listening,
think? Yes.
develop listening activity.
Yes, learners should be aware of listening.
Learners should be aware of what
Listening.
they learn, isn't it? What strategies they use. Should they be?
Yes.
Yeah. Why should they be aware of that?
To
By knowing
develop.
the importance of it, by knowing the importance of it, it's really helpful for them to catch it up.
Do you think these type of things that can be used in the classrooms? Can we use them? Now say we tell all these things theoretically, but practically can we use them?
A little bit difficult, ma'am.
Bit difficult, madam.
Bit difficult. What difficulties do you find? Can you tell me?
Because these technical words, it's really difficult for them to remember. So as teachers, we must explain it without telling the technical terms.
Right, okay, that's a good suggestion. We don't have to tell them, right? We don't have to tell them any technical term, right? Fine. But can't we give them, instructions in a more natural way, where they will know, okay, they are supposed to do this. Now, making them aware of the strategy means we are making them aware of what they are supposed to do, isn't that so? How they are going to learn, what they are supposed to learn, and how they are supposed to learn. Isn't that what we make them do? Now, the learners need to be aware of their use of the strategies and try to improve strategies for enhancing listening ability. Yes. And first they know what they are using. They have to be aware of the things that they are using. And then they should know how they can be using the same thing in the future, or over and over again, in order to improve their skill. Such awareness may be directed towards the sequence of listening. Now we are focusing on listening. Differences between more or less proficient listeners. You can ask them to listen to some people, right? And then also you can tell me some of the things that you can do with them. To make them,
we can ask them to listen to news, listening to news and reporting.
Yeah, listen to news and then get the headlines. Okay. We can ask them to write the headlines first, because writing the headlines is easy first. If you ask them to write the news in detail, then it's going to be difficult for them to start with. So best thing is to make them write the headlines first. And then when they get used to doing that for a couple of days, what can we do? Can't we improve that? Isn't there a way that we can improve it? We may ask them, okay, right, you listen to the news, write the headlines, and just write only one news item in detail, so that they will have to listen to only one news item. They'll be concentrating only on one news item, not on all the news items, right? So then they get to know, right, okay, the teacher is setting a target on me, and I have to achieve it. But I have not been given a huge load to carry at once, but I have been given tiny bits, one day by day. And like say at the end of a month or so, right? They have got what they wanted, right? Maybe at the end of a term. And then, yes, without even your knowledge, they have completed their task. You understand? Simply, you don't have to tell them, like as you said, as you suggested, your suggestion is good, not to tell them the technical terms. You don't have to tell them the technical terms, but you can always tell them what to do and how to do. And be very nice and friendly. And then, when they come across certain problems, okay, be with them, hold their hands, and then go on working. They will be very happy to learn these things, and I know they won't. What do you call? Say, refuse you. They will definitely keep you as their best teacher in life. But don't set the highest of targets at first. Let it be one by one. Right? Right. Understanding the text types. Genres and nature of task is also a necessary step to consider. They should understand what they are going to learn, the text types, different types of text that they would be listening to. They might be listening to dialogues, songs, conversations, then say maybe lectures, could be anything, and expose them one by one, not all at once. Okay, maybe later on you can expose them to a dialogue and a bit of a lecture, right? Or a dialogue and a bit of a description. So bit by bit you can improve. You can even set these tasks for the students themselves to do. You can ask them to bring something and give the directions, while two people can say exchange ideas and the other one can listen and reproduce it in a different manner. There will be a lot of activities that we can do to improve their listening skills, right? So when it comes to listening, it will go as listening and speaking, both, not just the listening skill, listening and then speaking. That goes hand in hand, right? Because whenever you speak, you have to interact. The time-related interaction will have to occur, right? So teacher should be able to assist learners in developing appropriate mental and emotional responses to various tasks and listening focuses. When learners become aware of the nature of such demands, they will be in a better position to evaluate and manage the requirements of different tasks. We have to equip them one by one, right? You can't do everything at once, little by little. We can do it. If we want, we definitely can, right? Third one is teachers need to be aware of the negative attitudes and beliefs that the learners hold. That we spoke about. Some of the learners are very negative. I simply don't understand, but they're very negative, right? Which would make progress difficult to achieve, such as expectations of perfection, self-perception of low ability, awareness of peer pressure, and anxiety towards failure. Because some children are very anxious. They don't want to fail at all. They need the highest marks, so they will copy and they will do anything to get the best marks, right? Then some people are, they want the perfection. They don't want anything below perfection, right? Everything will have to be perfect for them. And then some people, they think, your self-perfection of low abilities, they themselves have degraded themselves, right? They think I can't, I'm not a good one, I don't know, I'm not intelligent enough, all this degradation of they were degrading themselves. Awareness of peer pressure. For some people, they have this peer pressure. They don't let some of them actually, they don't let the others work at all. And they put so much of pressure, the others won't be able to work. So such thinking can be reduced through goal-directedness, good attention, background knowledge of the listening content, and recommendations of appropriate strategies. We just need to see how we are going to do it. We just need to tell them how they are going to do it. And also, we have to make them aware, understand that we are there with them all the time, whether they like it or not, whether they want us or not, we are there for them all the time. It's something that we have to make them understand. And once when they realize that there is somebody, okay, there is someone to be with them, yes, they will perform. Without any problem, they are going to perform. How many times they fail, still they are going to perform. I have a very good example of a student like I had, right? Like that in my life. I'll tell you the story at a different time, right? Not now. Okay. Right. The fourth one is the learners need to be exposed to a wide range of listening materials that tap into many diverse listening strategies. We have to expose them. We have to make them expose. At least if we have no way, we'll have to tell them where. Okay, right. Go home and listen to this. No, watch a film. Watch films without subtitles. Because when you have subtitles, you neither listen nor watch, you read. And reading can always be done with a book. You don't have to read a digital screen. So simple advice like that, simple directions of that nature will always direct them in the correct pathway. And then they will learn and they will change themselves. And you can be happy at the end of the day. Okay. Such material should come in a variety of forms and levels, which may be coupled with teacher and peer inputs as well as interaction as an information source in combination with other skills. Now say suppose you can do a very good listening lesson with directions, right? Teach them how to give directions first. And then, give them all the keywords that we would be using, the directions, actually, how we should be giving directions. All these things will have to be taught for them. I mean, not directly taught, but taught in a way that they don't get the feeling that they are being taught, but that they will have to feel that they have caught the language that is used for giving directions, right? And then you can give them a map, and then you can ask them to go through the map and try to write directions for that, or say directions for that. Then what you can do is you can ask the students, or you can give them a target place and ask them to draw a map from their home or school to that particular place, or a particular place that they like to visit. We don't give them the target. You say you want to go somewhere in your town, nearest town, the place that you would like to go to, you have to give directions from your home. Ask them to draw it. And then ask them to have the landmarks, everything ready with them. Then put them in pairs and let one person give the directions to the other and let the second person draw the directions the first one is giving. There it's listening comprehension. They have to listen. They have to attentively listen, and then they have to understand, and then they have to give the answers, write the, draw the map correct. Now you're giving them a challenge, target. You can't do this within 1 day's time. It will take you a couple of periods, but you have taught them a lesson that they'll be using for the entire life of theirs, because giving directions is something that we always need. Every one of us need to know how to give directions. Whether we like it or not, we will be doing that in our life most of the time. So why not prepare the children? And it's listening, but it involves writing, reading, speaking, everything. Not only listening. Because now say, though we are learning listening and speaking as two different skills separately, well, almost all these 4 skills are integrated. And when you teach them integratedly is the best way to teach the skills in a language, in any language. Always when you're teaching one, try to integrate the other skills into it as well. If it's a writing, make sure you have a speaking part, a listening part, and a reading part into it. But the major part would be writing. If it's listening, all right, let them read a bit, right? Write a bit, speak a bit, and then do the listening. They'll do better. Right. The fifth one is a good understanding in students' interactions with digital media is helpful in teachers' decisions towards effective instruction of listening strategies. Well, how the children, how they use the digital media, because here they are far more advanced than we are in most of the time. Okay, we are far behind. Their world is all digitalized, unlike ours. Therefore, we have to be careful when we give them the instructions on using the strategies, so that to get to know what they know, you can use a lot of tricks, right? There should be lots of tactics that you should be using in order to know what they use, what they know. You can make a common discussion. You can ask them to write about their favorite digital media. Okay, talk about it, discuss about it, right? Tell your friend about your favorite digital media, and the friend can tell you about it. It can be done in so many different ways, and let them come up with their ideas. Then you decide, right? Okay, what is the best way I'm going to do this? Because if they are too digitalized and if they know too many things than we do, yes, we have to give them credit for it. Yes.
Ma'am, most of the times I get used to get most of the ideas from them about the digital.
Exactly, yes, because they know more than we do, right?
Yeah,
You
that's
ask them
right.
to search for something, they'll do it
Yeah.
immediately,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Just a couple of minutes and they'll be with it.
Yes.
They'll give you. You ask them to look for a number, they'll do it. It's just a few seconds, right? Ask for difficult words, the meanings of the difficult words, and if they have a phone, they'll do it in minutes. So they're far ahead of us, and therefore we need to be very careful, because whatever the strategy we use, if it's going to make them bored, then it's not going to work. And we have to be careful not to make them bored with that, but to make it more interesting and more challenging. And yeah, on the other hand, we will have to learn them. Okay, poor us, but can't help, right?
Yes,
We will,
madam.
yeah, we will have to learn them as well, because we can't go forward otherwise
Yes.
to become a teacher. So in today's context, where communication technology and business environments have changed considerably in the recent years, multimedia learning environments can assist second language students in the process of listening comprehension, as well as the awareness of what skills can be employed for listening. For example, the use of pictorial annotations, that is, associating words with images, can support learners in the acquisition of new vocabulary that plays a role in the comprehension. Yeah, that's true. Okay, the communication technology has gone way ahead of us, right? It's further, like, it has gone to the furthest corner, so that, we are way behind, especially we in Sri Lanka, we are far behind from the latest technologies, except for the mobile phones. So whatever it is, we just need to find out where they are, and then only we need to set the tasks for them. I don't say this using of multimedia is going to be the best idea, because some of the schools where we were, we even don't have a television, right? We don't even have a recorder. We don't even have a radio. So it's a problem, it's a challenge. But always the teachers, we have our phones with us, and most of the teachers are using smartphones these days. So that might as well be helpful. But now when you set tasks with the phones and multimedia at home, be very careful. That has to be done under the supervision of the parents, because we never know what these children will be up to at a later stage, right? And we don't want to get blamed for that. So there are a lot of things that we have to think about when we do these things. We simply can't, we simply can't assign them something and then close our eyes and be away from it. No, we have to be with them throughout. We have to see that they are with us throughout. We have to make sure that they do the correct thing. Okay, right.
have to guide
Um,
them only, madam. We cannot because we are in the 21st century.
Yeah, I know. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. You know, we have a huge challenge, right? We are being challenged by the students now. We are being challenged by a lot of people, right? Everything is a challenge for us. But as I told you, we are the ones who are handling the most sensitive things in the world. So we have to be very, very careful, and we should do the right thing. Okay. I will give you a very short break, say 10, 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 3:30. Sorry, 3:50. All right, take a break, and then we'll start again. I'm sorry, I got just 1 minute late. Hope you all are back. Well, are you all back? Right. So tell me, what have we been talking about now? Anyone who can remember? Hmm? Yes, what were we talking about?
For listening strategy.
Hmm?
For listening strategies.
Okay, we were talking about listening strategies. And what were these listening strategies that we were talking about?
Cognitive listening strategy, microcognitive listening strategy, affective and social.
Microcognitive or metacognitive?
Metacognitive, ma'am, sorry.
Metacognitive, yeah. It's metacognitive, reading strategy, effective and social thinking strategies. Right, okay. So do you think like now, according to what we have learned, do you think that these things or these strategies are going to help the children in their life, in learning, listening and speaking? Will they be helpful in some way? Do you have any idea whether they'll be helpful or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, we can't hear you.
But I'm sorry, I just lost the connection somehow. Something happened. Right, here. So I was just trying to tell you about some listening activities that we can talk about. Tell me some listening activities that you normally do in the school with your children.
Dictation.
Dictation. Okay. How do you do dictation? What sort of dictation do you do? What other a couple of activities come up with, like for listening, for the listening lessons? What do you normally do? Do you do only dictation? Or do we have some other activities as well that we can do? for
Ma'am,
listening?
fill in the blanks.
All right, fill in the blanks how? Again, dictation.
Fill in the blanks by they have to listen to the audio and recording, and they have to understand, they have to listen and fill the blanks.
Close
First,
passage.
they have to listen, and
Mhm.
secondly, they have to fill, and third, they have to recorrect.
So you give 3 choices
Yeah.
for them to go through, right?
Yeah.
That is another. What other listening activities?
As dictation, madam, we can ask the students write the words
Mhm.
and also the paragraphs.
What do you mean?
I mean, the teacher can read 1 to 10 words from the pupil's book or outside the pupil's book. And also the teacher can read out a certain paragraph from the pupil's book and ask them to listen and write it as
All right.
dictation.
So you give dictation as words and as paragraphs as well, right?
Yes, madam.
Ma'am, another listening activity, I'll give them one paragraph.
Hmm.
Then half a part, one child can read around 3 or 4 lines. Then from there onwards, the other child has to start.
Hmm.
If that goes to listening activity, ma'am.
Is there anything called shadow dictation? Do you use this English as a life skill program book in the schools? Have you got that?
Is that the orange color book, madam?
The life
Earlier
skill one?
we used that, madam.
The big book, I suppose, right? Where
Big
you have
orange
plenty
color or
of
yellow,
activities.
yellowish. It has a lot of activities for
Activities,
listening and
yes. Do you use
yes,
that?
yes. I made maximum use of it, madam. It's really nice.
Okay, so there can be some activities in that one. Okay, they are in certain pages, like you get listening activities that you can refer to. I'll share this also for you so that you will be able to see, like there's something called dictologue. Sorry, dictogloss. And then you have something called shadow dictation. And then there's there are a couple of things like, you know, different listings like picture dictation, listening and identifying, listening and guessing the courses. These things are there in the English as a life skill program book. Anyone who has got it, you can share it with the others. Take a picture and share, because if the others don't have, it'll be useful, right? Now I am going to give you a small activity, okay? I want you to prepare at least one listening activity from a group, right? I'll have 5 groups and I just need one listening activity from each group, not a lot. A listening activity that can be done in the classroom. And, you know, all the steps of a listening activity and what strategy you are using there, whether it's cognitive, metacognitive, affective, or social, or whether it's an integration of all that. Okay. I'll put you into group. There'll be 10 members in one group.
Ma'am, can you please explain the latter part of the activity?
Just one activity, any listening activity that you like. Okay. For any class, age group, it doesn't matter. You can decide that. And then I want you to have the activity done and send me. It has to be the plan of the activity, what the activity is, how you are going to do. Okay. What annexes would be there for it. What strategies you would be using for this. You should be able to tell, right? So I put you into groups of 5. Sorry, not 5 groups, and there'll be 10 in each group. Except for the last one, there'll be 9, right? You go to your groups and think of one activity, one listening activity. That's it. Others, please go to your groups, accept your groups. Navodhi, Purnima. Uresha, Purnima, Janomi. Please accept your group. Uresha, where are you? Hope you are not in the room. And Navodhi, you're not in the Zoom as well. Are you?
Madam, I'm
Accept your breakout room.
here, but I can't log in. I'm trying.
Why can't you log in? What's the problem? You're in Navodhi B10. You go as Navodhi B10. No. That's Sarani and Uresha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, join the breakout room. Fast. That's Sarani, you are in breakout room number 5. Go to that. And Uresha, which breakout room are you in? Uresha in breakout room number 5. Uresha, please join. Otherwise, they'll be missing one member. Oh, Uresha, no, you're not there in the group.
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me, madam. Excuse me, madam. Madam, are you there?
Wendy?
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Madam, I was in team 5.
5. All right. Okay. Right, go. Have you done it now? In the group, have you completed? Sutarshini, where were you? Which group were you in? Were you in a group or not? Accept your WhatsApp group, breakout room and go and work there with them.